course, we're going to start at minute 21.
All right, fitness fans, hey, welcome back to the Masters Fitness Collective Championships 2022. Hey, we are here at the wonderful Helen P. Brown Natatorium on the campus of Southside High School right here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, for our next workout, Beat the Clock. Obviously, as you can see, man, we are here at the pool. Beat the Clock is, especially on these earlier heats of the day, is largely against the clock. They're going to have a minute and 15 seconds to go 50 yards, down and back. You're going to see the judges. The judges have their hands in the air. They've got little red flags. And so when you see those flags up, then you will have, you know that they are swimming and they are within the time. When those flags go down, they are done swimming. So that way we can keep track of who is still swimming, who is still in the competition. Because once you are out, once you are removed from the competition, you are done. At the beginning, that's going to be the clock. In the later heats, what you're going to start seeing is actually it will be not only within the clock, but we're going to be cutting down the field in terms of who finishes first to 12th, and maybe 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th get pulled out. But you'll see that this is going to be a little bit flowing based on the size of the competition that is out on, not on the floor, but in the pool, and based on the time. So it's a little bit fluid. We'll keep you updated as we go. But see, now we are moving into our second round of this interval. And so as you can see, we have one athlete who has already been removed. We have all of the women's 60 to 64 elite, as well as the women and men 60 to 64 RX division. So we've got all of that going on. To give you a view of the pool, lane 1 is the closest lane to us. So if you look at the closest lane to us, we've got Bev Levanti, we've got Denise Moore, Judy Kendall, Odine Eason, Suzanne Reith, and Susan Prevozniak. So that's starting closest to you at the camera and moving furthest away. Next, we'll have in lane 8, we'll have Alice Cobb, Karen Moore, Christina Paquette, Marty Giambruno, Nancy Jacobs, Nancy Shapiro, and Dee Seda.
30 seconds.
So we've got 30 seconds left in this interval. Looks like we've only got one athlete that is going to have a little bit of a close turnaround. We'll see if she's going to make it. All right, looks like all of the athletes made it. So we've got 5 seconds until the next round starts. It's going to be a tight turnaround.
3, 2, 1, go.
So you see that we have a couple of eliminations. We now have
50-yard swim here.
6 athletes still in the competition. Heading down, all of these athletes, let's say, have a good stroke, look like they are comfortable in the pool. Obviously, you'll see that as we go throughout the day, there are some athletes that are comfortable, some athletes that are uncomfortable. It just kind of comes down to what is your background and what does your training look like. Depending on the level of competition that people have been in before, maybe they have done training before. I can tell you that this is an Olympic-sized swimming pool. And so there are going to be certain areas that are maybe a little bit deeper, especially down as you move towards the diving boards that are on the far end of the camera, so the furthest away from us. Those are obviously the deeper ones because of the diving boards. And so just kind of feeling out, where are people? Where are they comfortable with? Are they comfortable with swimming? Are they proficient at swimming? Are some of the big questions that we're going to look at. You see that we're starting to have some that are turning over, doing the backstroke, trying to conserve energy, trying to make their way as best they can. So we still got about 15 seconds left in this round.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
5.
So you see we have eliminated
3,
2 athletes.
1, go.
And we are now down to just 4. This is the final
Swim for 60 to 64.
This is the final round of the 60 to 64. It appears that Dee Seda is out in front with a nice stroke, moving well.
We've got a race between Susan Prevozniak and Nancy Shapiro. Neck and neck throughout this entire race.
And so you see that's the final heat of the 60 to 64 elite women and RX women.
And that's going to call it for our 60 to 64 ladies.
All right, so we got the 55 to 59 elite males taking on Beat the Clock, where they've got to get down and back within a minute and 15 seconds. There's going to be cuts that happen primarily initially through the clock. The clock will be catching them. If they don't get 50 yards down, or 25 yards down, 25 yards back, 50 total in a minute and 15, then they are cut. You can see that the judges with their hands in the air with the red flags let you know that their athlete is currently in the competition. As soon as they bring that flag down, it means that their athlete has completed their swim or is no longer in the competition. And so you can see that as they're coming back, we are well within the time limit. We're currently at 45 seconds, so time limit is not an issue. Now we're just looking at what does it look like for the bottom part of the competition, the bottom part of the field as they are being removed due to the placing that they finish in. So it looks like right now we largely have almost everyone will remain in the competition. We have a couple that have been pulled out just because of their placing as we begin to narrow the field a little bit more. So the field, as you start closest on the camera, we've got Jim Conley, and then moving further away, Trevor Richards, Jim Raymond, Frank Curto, Jerry Paulson, Corey Spear, Limerson Caparelli, Mark Zilikowski, Jody Hendricks, Kurt Revels, Jay Sanderson, Patrick McCarty, Chris Ballman, Kelvin Menifee, Rob Bernay, Don Martin, Rob Lowe, and Rick Dunham. So, full field, 55 to 59 elite males. And so once again, a great looking group that is really making their way through the water well. Not too many people struggling just yet, but as we continue to go, and you've seen already, it's not just the clock, but it is your place as well that will begin to narrow the field. And so we have our judges going through. You can see that they're going through and letting them know which ones were the bottom finishers that we're going to pull out of the pool. And so their placing is set. The rest will continue to go. Obviously, you cannot finish lower than what the people being pulled out of the pool are. However, you will continue to try to improve your place. So really this becomes a lot about pacing yourself well enough to be able to not be caught by the clock or be caught by your competitors, but still being able to push enough at the end. So how comfortable are you in a situation where you come out firing to make sure that you're in front, but not so hot, because you remember there's going to be 5 rounds of this. And so you're talking about these sprints, you're talking about these times where you really feel that lack of oxygen catching up to you. I mean, you're in here. So much of CrossFit is about breathing, and whenever you start talking about sprints in the pool, it's very hard to genuinely sprint if you do not have your head in the water most of the time. So really looking at this, and you're starting to see people pushing a little bit more, because once again, as you narrow the field, your margin for error as one of the top swimmers is really going to start to fall behind. And so you don't have the ability to just relax on the fact that you are a good swimmer, but actually you're going to have to start kicking it into high gear, elevating that heart rate a little bit. So you can see we're starting to pull out a couple more. We are now down to our final grouping, so the final 4. And so in the final 4, this is going to determine your 1 through 4. Whoever finishes first is your first place finisher in this event.
30 seconds.
But you can still see we're still moving through this real quick. I don't know if on the stream you heard one of our floor announcers, Bella, just announced there's still 30 seconds left. So that means that entire heat took 45 seconds, keeping a pretty consistent tempo with their swim. So we're going to have 45 seconds. 10 seconds now until they get going again. We got your top competitors, and we're going to see how quick this goes.
1, go.
All right, so we have our 3 top competitors all on the far side of the pool, and they're all very tight right now. So we're going to make the turn at just about the same time. So we have a couple of flip turns right close to the deck. At the top, we didn't have a flip turn, but he actually might have had a quicker turn than the other 2, as now it looks like the nearest swimmer to us is going to It doesn't look like he's going to lose it in the next 5 meters. So it looks like we're going to go 1, 2, 3 immediately. So closest to you. 1, 2, 3. 1 closest, 2 in the middle, 3 at the far side. So that's that heat as we prepare for the next heat.
Go.
All right, so back with the 55 to 59 male RX. So you can tell that it's a little bit different, different size within this group. So the elimination is going to work a little bit differently. So we won't be cutting the bottom until we get to that last round. So the only elimination that will take place will be if you don't make it in time for the clock. So this is a little bit different strategy than the other groupings, because now it's more just about surviving, waiting until you can really kick it in at the end. So we've got 5 in the group. So the first 2 finished in about 40 seconds, and actually quite impressive. See, this is one of those that, you know, the elite and the RX designation does not necessarily mean that the elites are going to swim faster, especially because when we talk about backgrounds at this level, there should be some people here that are proficient swimmers. Maybe they're even better swimmers than a lot of the other people. There are other parts of their CrossFit athleticism that maybe they are not quite as strong on and able to move into that elite category for those small reasons. So we may see some really amazing performances here from the RX categories. So we've got about 10 seconds left in this round. So, again, they've got that minute and 15 to go through.
3, 2, 1, go. Heat number 5.
All right, so you see we've got all 5 going. All 5 going because, once again, nobody got caught by the clock, but they got started again. And so now within that minute and 30, because we are in the 55 plus, we have a minute and 30 for our RX divisions going. And so you see starting to have a little bit of a struggle in the middle of the pool. A little bit of a struggle, so he's just I think he's just trying to conserve energy at this point. I think we're realizing that we're not really going to be making it back. Okay, so he went ahead and stood up. So if athletes stand up in the middle of the pool, put their feet down, then that is the signal that their event is done, and so they don't continue on. So we're going to have our 4 athletes. We've had a 45-second time down and back. So 25 yards down, 25 yards back. So looking good. We're down to 4 athletes, and so we'll stick with this. If they continue to make it under the clock, we'll continue to stick with this as we move forward all the way up until the end of the event. So it's interesting to see some of the rest that actually is happening now. As you pare the field down, but you pare it down to a lot of proficient swimmers, you start to see that there's a lot more rest, a lot more time to recover. And really, this is what this workout comes down to. The beginning is, if you are a proficient swimmer, the beginning is just about making sure that you're keeping your heart rate down, you're breathing as much as you can, and then recovering here at the end. But that's going to be really important, because if you have to fight for that early, and maybe it's a struggle, or maybe you're having to battle somebody else off at the end, you're going to really struggle at the end with your recovery, especially if you're not used to swimming sprint intervals. And let's face it, how many CrossFit athletes, we're not even just going to say professionals or non-professionals, how many CrossFit athletes in general are able to do a lot of sprint intervals? We don't have it that much, especially when you start talking about the time that is available, and you start talking about masters athletes, especially with the time that is available. I'm not saying that non-masters don't have other parts of their life, but if you start talking about jobs, families, those types of things, maybe the pool, I'll admit, in my case, the pool is actually the first thing that tends to go. And so you can see that as these intervals are really starting to build, where athletes that maybe were well with under the cap early are starting to slow down a little bit. Maybe it's because they're pushing a little bit harder at the beginning, trying to make sure. Maybe they're a little uncertain of how long it's going to take them to go down and come back.
3, 2,
so you see that
1, go.
So we only have 2. So we've cut it down to 2. You'll forgive me for being incorrect. We cut it down to 2. So now it's just a race, 1 and 2. Who's going to finish first? Who's going to finish second? This is for those first place points. It looks like Bob Emery is being pretty proficient. Looks pretty comfortable. Not sure if we're going to have a situation where he's going to get caught. I certainly hope not, unless David Bailey has an Olympic gear to kick it into. So it looks like Bob Emery is going to take the heat, take the event. So great job, Bob, and we're going to be getting ready for the 55 to 59 female elite coming out next.
3.
All right, so back with the 55 to 59 elite female division with these interval sprints. So we're going to be cutting the field down as it goes. This is a little bit larger field, so we're going to see cuts a lot earlier. So starting from closest to us on the camera and moving further away from you on the camera, we've got Leanne Greer. Then moving away, we've got Betsy Vanderball, Lisa Brandon, Abigail Coretto, Shirley Gross, Amy Mandelbaum, Leslie Vogel, Cheryl Boyd, Amy Jo DiMeglio, Anne-Marie Hubbard, Cheryl Serafini, Stephanie Johnson, Colette Cowan, Susan Evans, Kim Reed, Jane Orovich, and Lynette Trowery. So you can see, so we're already starting to cut some athletes, removing the bottom.
You'll start to see athletes making their way out of the pool as they've been cut.
So as you get cut, they move out of the pool. Makes it a little bit easier for you to tell.
15 seconds. Stand by, athletes.
So we got 15 seconds left. So the 55 to 59 has a minute and a half to turn around. Once we get into the age groups that are under this age group, we'll start having just a minute and 15, so it'll be speeding it up a little bit. But we're still in a little bit of the mind game portion of this, where you're trying to figure out how hard do I need to swim to beat the bottom, but yet still reserve enough energy that later, whenever we start talking about points between first and fourth, or maybe getting into the last round as opposed to getting cut the next to last round, how do I reserve that type of energy? And so we're seeing a little bit of the game. Obviously, we've got a couple of ladies here that are very, very used to swimming, really feel comfortable and have a great stroke and look very just comfortable in the water. And then we have some that are doing a great job, but they don't have much of a swimming background. That's probably about where I would fall in with this. And so we are now having a few cuts. We've got several of the head judges walking down, taking and removing people as they see that they are in the bottom spots.
Our third
I will tell you, I'm having as a 35 to 39-year-old male semi-competitor, I'm having a little bit of ab envy looking at some of the 55 to 59 ladies and the 60-plus men that were out there. I tell you that one day, maybe when I am their age, I will grow up and be able to have abs. Until then, I'm enjoying my Oreos. So we're starting our next round, third interval. So fewer athletes. You're starting to see that the fatigue is kicking in, beginning to take a little bit of a toll. As we have, from the very beginning, Leanne Greer has been out in front. She's at the near side to us. She's been out in front very comfortably. I'm having a hard time seeing anything happen that would prevent her from winning this event. But then again, you never know. You never know what's going to happen. And as we have said, there may be someone in the middle of the pack that is very comfortable, that is just kind of waiting until it's time to kick in for those first place points.
All right, we have one more interval.
So last interval now, we'll cut the bottom portions of the heat. We will have 4 athletes now that are going. We have 30 seconds remaining, so we see some athletes, some trying to breathe. Actually, it appears that we're going to have a top three athletes. So you can see that we have some athletes trying to breathe. We have some that are so comfortable that they are having a conversation, chatting a little bit.
10 seconds.
So, and I have to correct myself one more time. We do have 4. I've been talking about Leanne Greer, and I completely left it out that she was the one that was swimming down here at the bottom.
Final interval in this 55 to 59.
So we got off to a hot start. So these are the final laps for these ladies. It's a fast heat right here, really moving quick. You can see Leanne starting off quick. Looks like she's going to pull away. She's already continuing to pull away. But I'll tell you, through about the first 15, 20 meters, She certainly had some company. Had not quite pulled away yet. Looks like they had a good kick to the beginning. But here's the thing. Just because they're not going to win does not mean that there's not points to be had. So we have looks like a battle for that third and fourth spot with a couple of athletes that are basically neck and neck. Looks like the far side is pulling ahead just a little bit. And so our athlete on the far end from the camera takes third. So well done to Leanne Greer. Really just consistently was the number one athlete the entire time. So starting with the 50 to 54 elite male, and look, we've got a full heat, so you're going to see cuts from the very beginning. It's pretty obvious this is a fast heat. They've already gotten a great start, kicked off the wall in a hurry, and you're starting to see a little bit of the strong swimmers starting to separate themselves, really moving well as they are coming towards the wall. Really looks like they're putting out a lot of effort, though. Now, I will say this, I'm not a swimming expert, but just looking at the amount of effort that it appears people are using as they're swimming, these first heats, it's just important to make the cut. Make the cut, put some of those points in the bag. Obviously, you'll notice that if the judge has their hand, that little red flag in the air, it means that their swimmer is still on the floor. It allows people allows the judges to be able to figure out who it is that is making it in time and making it within the grouping that will be moved forward. And so we've got 15 seconds left. We now, in these divisions, we now have a minute and 15 seconds. So we don't have the minute and 30 anymore. We've cut that time down. So really going to start pushing it.
3, 2, 1, go.
So now in our second round is the athletes come off the wall. After this round, I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of that fatigue begin to set in. You know, the first interval round will raise the heart rate. The second one will be a little bit different. We're starting to see some athletes keep their head out of the water a little bit longer. Instead of just turning their head to the side to breathe, we see them kind of doing that deal where they turn to the side and then lift it and rotate it, using a little bit of the energy in the shoulders. Starting to see some that are kind of recognizing earlier that they are out of the competition, so maybe conserving the energy, realizing that they're not going to make it, so they just kind of stand up where they are. So heading into that third interval now, I'm going to start seeing what it looks like as people get a little bit more tired, see who it is that is proficient, who is it that is just putting forth a whole lot of effort. So moving in now with, we've got seven athletes in the pool. We've got a couple of warm-up lanes right down here at the bottom of the pool. So if you're catching some of those athletes, they're not actually in the competition yet. They will be in a minute, though. Interesting thing to note about our winner of the women's division, that Leanne Greer is a national swimmer, and her daughter is a CrossFit Games athlete. So a lot of athleticism in the family, a lot of athleticism that runs all throughout there. And obviously, as we talked about, she's such a proficient swimmer and really showed her abilities. So yes, now this is what we were kind of looking to see is as we're starting to reach these last couple of rounds, who is going to change their stroke, who is going to be struggling. So they're still getting points because obviously if you get cut, you're still within the grouping that gets cut, you still want to finish ahead of someone else, so you have that higher placing. But anyone who continues to swim in these next couple of rounds will obviously have higher points and potential for higher points. So now we got 3 seconds until this last round. So we got 4 swimmers in the pool. This will be your first to fourth place, and whoever touches the wall first will be your first place finisher as we move through this. And it's certainly a close race. I think right now the race for second, third, and fourth is pretty close. It looks like we had 3 athletes all on the wall at the same time. We've got our swimmer that is in the middle of the pool in the blue cap, appears to have a pretty good lead, not going to have any problems touching the wall first, but it's really going to be a tight race to see who it is that comes 1, 2, and 3. It looks like it appears that the furthest away from us, I believe that's going to be Joe Consolini, took second. I believe second is closest to us in Daniel Dufour. Or excuse me, there's one more round. It's the 5th round. That's right. So now in the 50 to 54, we go to another round. So we have cut one final person, and now we move on to the final two. So cut 2.
2, 1, go. The final
we will see.
Who is it going to
I
be?
believe this is Derek Tharp out of CrossFit Due North in the blue cap. Derek has been consistently finishing first in these. I believe it's Joe Consolini on the far side. So we've got Derek and Joe going head to head. It looks like Derek is going to continue his run as he has finished at the head of the pack consistently. Joe Consolini will take second in the event, and first is dice, but hey, second place points in this are still important. So that is the men 50 to 54 elite, and we'll be heading into the 50 to 54 RX in just a minute.
go.
All right, so back for the men's 50 to 54 RX division. Gonna have 5 rounds here. It caught me last time, but we got 5 rounds this time. And so we are going to be cutting down the field each time by placement. It does not appear that anybody here is gonna get caught by the time cap. The time cap for each round is 1 minute and 15 seconds. So if you get caught by the time cap, you're automatically eliminated. Otherwise, you're eliminated based on your placing. So now this has a little bit smaller of a group than the last group. So we'll see how many get cut early on as we whittle our way down. But certainly seems like we've got 2 pretty distinct groups. We've got the first 3 that kind of hit the wall all together. Then we got another group, about 3 or 4 that hit the wall together. And so as we go, it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes up. As we begin to start to see how this is. So we're cutting down to 8 from a field of 9. So cutting 1 athlete, so down to 8.
5, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so starting off in this RX field. Once again, one of the interesting things that we talk about is just because it's RX and not elite, don't allow some of these movements like swimming to fool you. We've seen some flip turns. We've also seen some incredibly proficient swimmers. Right now, just looking at the pool, Pete Petrilli is really moving well. You can see how much further he has finished than everyone. Great flip turn, really has a good smooth stroke, and then comes up out of the water and just kind of hangs on the pool and just kind of relaxes a little bit. So shows some proficiency. We're starting to see now, though, that first wave, maybe a little bit of the adrenaline was kicking in, and so you have everybody now. We're starting to pull back a little bit. We're getting stretched out some. We're having some swimmers that actually made the cut in the first round that put their feet down and stopped. For whatever reason he stopped, but stopped. And so now we're turning it right back around. We've got that 1 minute and 15 second turnaround.
3, 2, 1, go.
And so now we are down to a field of 6. Went from 8 to 6. As we're starting to see a little bit of struggles here, a little bit of people trying to search for that air. One of the things about CrossFit is CrossFit's difficult to do when you hold your breath. You start throwing in swimming and you start really having some issues because you're so used to trying to constantly breathe. It's one of the things that you'll hear in CrossFit gyms everywhere is breathe. Don't hold your breath. We do need to stay tight, but we also need to breathe as Pete Petrilli continues to just absolutely dominate. And so now for Pete, it's more just about continuing to stay consistent, not overdoing it where you have some sort of collapse later on. He looks proficient enough. I don't think he's going to have any sort of collapse. But you're starting to see, we got some gentlemen that are doing the backstroke, turning on their back, seeking for ways to get more air. And this is exactly the workout that we talked about, is when you have these earlier rounds of someone really struggling to make sure that they advance, that maybe they're putting forth more effort than what they have the ability to. So now we move into a round of 4. Move into that round of 4. This is the 4th round. And we're seeing a few more breaststrokes now. We're seeing a few more strokes with a lot longer breaths, so not just turning to one side, taking your breath, and going back to your stroke, but kind of elongating that, and almost elongating how long you're staying on your side. So Pete Petrilli continues to not only is he continues to stay consistent, but he's actually creating larger leads every single time. Now, no time carries over, but that's that much more time that he has to just sit on the wall, breathe, relax. He looks very relaxed, very comfortable now. He's actually talking to the people that are in the stands and laughing as the competition is seeking ways to doing backstrokes, doing breaststrokes, just trying to keep their head out of the water a little bit longer. So now we've got 3 people finished. We've got 1 interval left.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
For all the marbles.
Doesn't look like Mark Peterson is going to be able to make it in time. So we've got
go. For the last time,
We got
one athlete left out.
one athlete going. So it looks like Pete Petrilli is going to take it. It doesn't look like he's going to be challenged. I think the athlete nearest us qualified for this last round. Maybe he was confused, or maybe he just. Oh, it looks like he's going to swim. Okay, so maybe there was some confusion. So he's going to do some sort of swim, put his feet down. Pete Petrilli absolutely dominating this event. Well done, Pete. A well-earned victory.
There we go, and that's gonna call it for my men's 50 to 54
All right, so that's the start of our 50 to 54 female elite heat.
In this first round.
So starting with the swimmers nearest us and moving away as you look at the camera, we've got Marnie Callens, Ann Smith, Carrie Evans, Carrie Waite, Krista Clark, Amy Ventura, Cindy Hinkle, Denise Alba, Dana Mather, Tara Fillion, Carmen McGee, Julie Schaefer,
30
Darlene
seconds
Reed,
in.
Mindy Hoffman, Tammy Saunders, Tamalyn Tanis, and Beth Gilbert. So we're going to have 5 rounds, minute 15 seconds each. And so if you are caught by the clock or if you are in the bottom portion of the finish, you are going to be cut. And so it looks like right now we have one athlete that is at the back. We'll see how many they cut in this first round. Cuts are determined by the size of the
15 seconds
by the
till
size
start
of the
round 2.
heat.
10 seconds.
So we've got 10 seconds until the start of round 2. So all athletes have finished, but I do not believe all athletes will be starting.
2, 1, go.
So round 2 begins. We had one athlete cut. So the thing to be watching for now is who is it who has a similar stroke to the first round. This is where we start really seeing things break down. The second round, we start to see just a little bit of what's going to happen in the later rounds. Third round is where we have really been seeing if athletes are maybe stretching a little bit early on. Obviously, they're stressed with it because if you don't want to finish in the bottom to get cut, it's very difficult to keep an eye on where everyone is. Unless you are a very experienced swimmer, it's very hard to keep an eye on where everyone is as you're swimming. So if you're uncomfortable, your only recourse is just to go as hard as you can to make sure that nobody catches you. And so you already see that there's some space. There's way more space than there was in the first round between the people that are finishing early and the people that are finishing late. Maybe because there was just so much exertion that happened in that first round. So now we've got 10 seconds left. We're going to see even more cuts. We'll see more cuts than just one person this time as we move into the third
3,
round.
2, 1, go.
All right, so you see a couple more athletes staying on the wall as the rest move on. A little bit more reserved pace in this round, actually. So this is typically where we've seen the lead athletes really separate themselves. But what we have now is we have a lot more reservation. I think this may be perhaps athletes showing that they kind of understand where they are. Obviously, we have some former games athletes in this round. So looking and maybe realizing, hey, I don't have to push quite as hard as they come closer to the end of these rounds. Realize that it's moving on is assured for certain things. So 30 seconds may have the time cap catch up to a few of us.
15 seconds.
Looks like maybe only one person is going to get caught by the time cap, but we will be removing some more that are getting cut. We'll be moving into the fourth round. Now we start to see all of the swimmers that are more proficient are going to
go.
This is where the heat starts to get a little bit quicker, because if you're going to get cut, if you're going to get cut because of people that swim similar to you, it's going to push you even harder.
Beat the clock. Every minute and 15 seconds. Another 50-yard swim.
So it's 25 yards down and 25 yards back. We have one athlete just on the divide, the walkway that goes between, who has finished consistently. I'm struggling to see who that is, but they have consistently been finishing in the front. Looks like they're not struggling or slowing down too much. So as long as they continue this, and as long as somebody else isn't holding something in the tank that we don't know about, looks like it might be okay for them. We're starting to reach that point. We're seeing some more change of strokes, seeing some more breaststrokes, seeing some more people keeping their head out of the water the entire time. So we got 15 seconds left until the next heat.
10 seconds.
Starting to see a few more people being cut here at the very end.
3, 2, 1, go.
And so you have your final heat. You got your final 4 ladies battling for first through fourth. So nice and relaxing in the fact that you know that you have first through fourth points in the bag, but definitely want to be pushing for those first place points. So I think you kind of saw that we have a little bit more of a push now at the front. That the big difference at the moment is just the transition. They were neck and neck as they headed down. There was a flip turn on the far side of the walkway. Near side, there wasn't a flip turn. And so that's basically the only difference that shows up. So we had someone maybe holding a little bit in the tank that we did not know about. Nice to see as they were kind of gaming this and playing how it was going for second place points and even pushed for first place. Unfortunately, that wall between them made it where they couldn't see each other. It'd been fun if they could have seen each other. So that was Carmen McGee. Carmen McGee takes the victory and takes first place points. Well done, Carmen. All right, so first swim of the women's 50 to 54 RX. If you're looking at the stream from nearest to furthest, we've got Michelle Cisco, Angie Halverson, Isabel Morenci Ruiz, Mickey Shelton, Marie DeValk, Jennifer Starking, Kelly Moore, and Carrie McLean. So we got a minute and 15 seconds to go 25 yards down and 25 yards back. Already looking like Carrie McLean is incredibly smooth, a nice slow stroke, but really it's kind of odd because she's got a nice slow stroke, but looks like she's moving through the water faster than what her stroke is carrying. Maybe a little bit of an optical illusion, but is absolutely fantastic. So we got 30 seconds remaining. We got 4 athletes on the wall, 2 coming in just now at the same time. So all 6 make it in the time cap.
1 minute.
And all make it within a minute of the time cap. So
Next swim beginning in 5
we've
seconds.
got 5 seconds until the next swim.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. I will admit I was a little bit confused. Carrie McLean at the top. I looked down for a moment at the heat list, looked up, couldn't see Carrie McLean, wasn't sure where she was, and then she popped up halfway down the pool. So Carrie, obviously with a swimming background, a great flip turn there, gets a long way down the pool underwater before hopping back up with that nice smooth stroke.
30 seconds in, 45
So we're
seconds
starting
remaining.
to see a lot more backstroke in this division. We've got 2 athletes with a backstroke, one with kind of a half side stroke and the other with a breaststroke. So obviously trying to catch their breath, trying to recover a little bit and just continue in the competition. I think it's important to remember, it's not just about winning in the first place points. It appears that Carrie has that locked up, but it's also about, are you going to remain in the competition? Are you going to continue to move forward, continue forward in the points? And beat the people that are immediately around you, not just overall. So we've got 5 seconds until the next heat.
3,
Starting to see
2,
this take a lot of toll.
Go.
So all 4 athletes
Three, off and
move
moving.
on to the
4
next round.
swimmers remaining. Left side of the pool goes your leader.
So we have the battle of the backstrokes at the moment. So we've got Kelly Moore. It appears to be Kelly Moore and Marie DeValk as they are backstroking with Jennifer Starking in the middle.
30 seconds in.
So we are at 38 seconds, and Carrie McLean hits the pool wall already. Still at 38 seconds as the others make the turn
Remaining.
and head back. Once again, it looks like our backstrokers are still very close to each other. Nobody's really pulling away from each other, but once again, just staying in the competition.
15
As
seconds.
at least who I believe is Jennifer Starking is starting to fall behind a
10
little bit.
seconds.
May wind up, really not may, probably not going to make this round, but a great job getting to this point.
3, 2,
So as
1,
we move
go.
into the next swim, it was kind of interesting. Both of our backstrokers, Marie DeValk and Kelly Moore, they both got back right before time, and they just kind of looked at each other. They almost had maybe a mutual agreement to not start until the other one does. I'm not saying they actually had that, but because they had such a small amount of time as they were getting back to the wall, they both needed a little bit of air. Both kind of glanced at each other to make sure the other one wasn't starting right away. Might have been a you go first, no, you go first situation. But once again, both of them reaching the wall at the exact same time. So basically both keeping pace. They both kick off at the same time
30 seconds remaining.
and are both moving in. So we're going to see who's going to take second place points if they both can make it within 30 seconds.
To go with only backstroke. 20 seconds.
So 20 seconds left. They've got 20 seconds to cover about half the length of the pool. They're both moving
10
well.
seconds.
10 seconds left. They are neck and neck, literally dead even, as now it appears that maybe Marie DeValk pulls just ahead and touches the wall just before. And so Carrie McLean heads off again and now has a wake going behind her. She decided that she was really going to push it this time. And so as she swims, you can see the wake that's building up around her. This is incredibly impressive to actually watch. I'm not entirely sure that I could run next to her faster than what she is swimming, but she is really pouring it on right here for the last one. So we're at 27 seconds, 29, and 31 seconds. 31 seconds for a dominant win as she takes the victory in this heat. So we still have one more athlete out going through. We got 30 seconds as she's now touching the wall. Going to turn back around, probably not going to make it. She appears to be having a little conversation with the director of the competition, Bobby Petrus.
Back to the start.
And so as she turns around, so that's going to be it. So looks like Carrie McLean takes the victory in dominating fashion.
Go.
All right, so starting off with the 45 to 49 male elite. So from closest to us on the camera and moving away, we've got Daryl Chahone, Jason Tomlinson, Sean Ramirez, Greg Robinson, Jason Bowers, Rodolfo D'Onofrio, Dave Robinson, Chris Raya, Lawrence Jacobs, Chris Uberaga, Carlos Montero, Ryan Retke, Jason Ansley, Chris Hall, Court Caron, Giampero Giampero Ide, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, and Darren Skeese. So you can see we have a full heat. So we're going to be cutting down every single round. Obviously, at first, we're going to see a few more people pretty obviously. Now here's the deal. We're only 45 seconds in. So we're at about the time when a lot of people have been finishing. So a very fast heat. very fast heat, as we have one athlete trying to finish up and get ready as we move into the minute and 15-second cycle. So we're going to be heading on to the second round, and we're going to start seeing who is it that's comfortable in the pool, as has been the whole case the entire time. It appears that we got Lawrence Jacobs grabbing the handles, giving himself a little kick off. Maybe a little bit of a swimmer's background. I'm not sure here. Seeing a few people really start to separate as we have the gentlemen just on the other side of the walkway appear to be in pretty firm control of this round and this heat. And then we've got a group of about 5 or 6 men just kind of being nice and smooth as they're making their way down the pool. Trying not to push too hard just yet. Doesn't look like we've got too many people expending too much energy.
45 seconds.
As we're going to have a few more gentlemen cut here at the bottom. As we have one athlete still fighting, still making his way back to the wall. We've got 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left here as our last athlete has turned over for the backstroke. We got 10 seconds before we head out for the next round.
3, 2, 1, go. This is your third wave now underway.
So it looks like we have 10 athletes now swimming, 10 athletes swimming. We're in our third heat, third round. As once again, the gentleman just on the other side of the walkway really starting to pull away, really starting to separate themselves, doing a great job, really looking smooth, not feeling rushed or hampered in any way, shape, or form. As we have, it looks like Sean Ramirez down here on this side, touching the wall.
30 seconds remaining.
So we're in our fourth round. Going to cut down a little bit further. I believe we'll cut down to 8 athletes here, 8 from 10.
15 seconds.
And we're still finishing at about a minute, less than a minute. So even though we're getting further into this, the heat times are moving quicker and quicker as guys they're feeling good. They swim well. They're proficient.
Go.
So we have 8 men in the pool, 8 men in the pool. Now we get a little bit quicker, gets a little bit tighter with the race. Now we're having to start to play the game a little bit, because if you feel like you're well within your athletic range, your swimming proficiency, then you can push a little bit more here, because you don't want to get caught. If you feel like you have more in the tank, you don't want to save it for the next round and get caught in this round. So now this is where you open it up a little bit. Make sure you can move into the next round. We're seeing a couple of athletes now struggling a little bit. Obviously have pushed as far as they can, and that's the thing, is I think if they push as far as they can now, then they're in great shape. They feel like maybe they have exceeded their expectations, because these guys are going to take top 8 points. And maybe that's exactly what they were shooting for. Maybe this is beyond what they were shooting for. But we have some really great swimmers here in this event. And so to be in the last 8, get top 8 points, I think is a win for most people. So we move it on to the last round here. We've got 4 swimmers. And let's see.
1, go.
We'll see how it is that we're going to determine this. Once again, it appears that the gentleman on the far side of the platform has taken an early lead. He's going to have a nice turn here. He's got the kick turn that so many of those that are proficient in swimming do well, and really helps them to gain a lot of ground. And so he's going to take a pretty smooth and easy heat win. Congratulations on that. And then we have looks like second is pretty much assured. With the third and fourth really fighting back and forth. You're starting to see some of the fatigue, especially down here with Sean Ramirez, as he is really fighting against those last couple of walls. Sean touches, so Well done, gentlemen. What a race we saw the entire time. We saw a dominant performance, but also saw guys fighting, maybe exceeding maybe what they initially thought that they were going to.
Go.
All right, so that's the beginning of the 45 to 49 RX men. So this is going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds to get down and back in 1 minute, 25 yards down, 25 yards back, and we're going to be eliminating as we go. Got a pretty full field here, so we'll see how many get eliminated early. But as we start, we're starting to see a little bit of spread already. That's some of the things that we typically were seeing on the later rounds, seeing that already. But speaking of someone who can speak way more to swimming than I can, you guys saw a couple of minutes ago Kerry McLean absolutely dominate her heat. And I was able to grab her. She was so nice, didn't even know who this crazy guy with a mustache and a beard was, and she was willing to come up and talk to us. So, Kerry, let me ask you this first. When you're coming into this event, there's a little bit of strategy, obviously. I don't know if you knew your competitors much or not, but there's a little bit of strategy in the fact that you want to expend energy to make sure you don't get cut early, but not expend so much that you can't swim late. Obviously, expending energy wasn't your problem, but as you were strategizing for this, was there a concern, or were you like, this is no problem?
I was hoping to be in a lane where when I came back, I could see most of my field, because I knew that I wanted to preserve energy until the final two swims if I had to go at a fast speed. So that was one of the things I was hopeful for. So I was really trying to go as easy as I could to get to the next round.
Yeah. So as we were talking a little bit ago, I was talking to you about and one of those heats where you just went halfway underwater. Were you doing that the whole time? I don't know if I missed that or not.
I think there was a couple turns where I came off the water a lot better, but right in swimming, you want to the longer you can go underwater, it's faster. So I was really been trying to work on that. So I concentrate on that every one. I'm sure some were better than the others.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so finishing the second round here, and so for those of you that are watching at home, if you see the judge's hand in the air with that little red flag in the air, it means their athlete is still in the pool. And so now, as we start to get a little bit further into the event, you're going to start seeing those flags that go down last. Those athletes are going to be pulled out of the pool because they're eliminated, and so then we move on with a smaller grouping. About to move into the third swim, and so Carrie, let me ask you this: as we're moving into the third swim, this is kind of the spot where we've seen the people who've had to expend a lot of energy to get to this point start to really show it. Maybe even going to a backstroke or a side stroke when they've really been using a lot of energy. What are you looking for from these swimmers right now to see who you think is going to continue to move forward?
Body position in the water and how much legs they're using at this point. If they're not kicking a lot and they're out in front, they're definitely going to move forward. So I would say the guy in the first lane is going to win overall.
Yeah.
And if they just start to chop the water and swim really fast with not out getting any forward momentum, they're struggling a lot.
So kind of the opposite of what you were doing. Kind
Yes.
of we
Long
commented
and smooth.
commented
Long
on
and
the
smooth.
stream how
Yep.
you looked like you were moving faster than your body was. So I guess the opposite. The ones that are look like they're moving faster than what they actually are. That's
Yeah.
where we start to have the problems. Okay.
The ideal stroke count for a 25, which is down, is about 8 to 10 strokes.
Okay.
So you see those people that are swimming really
Yeah.
fast, they're probably getting 20 plus strokes in.
Oh yeah.
So
So
they're expending a lot of energy and going nowhere.
So when we say stroke rate, we talk about is one arm a stroke or is
One,
two? Okay, so
yes.
one arm is a stroke.
Yes.
The second arm is 2 strokes.
Yes.
Wow. So 8 strokes.
Yeah, 8
Oh.
to 10 in a 25-yard pool.
Yeah. That's
Definitely. That's why the roll and staying long and smooth is super important.
Yeah.
You said I looked like I was swimming slow, but I had a really nice long roll. So the longer you roll,
Yeah.
the longer your reach is. So
Yeah.
the farther you go with each pull.
Wow. Don't take offense. I wasn't saying you were sweet. You just looked like it. I wasn't. It was pretty
Yeah.
clear you were
so
out
the
in
guys
front.
that start chopping away
Yeah.
and lifting their head to breathe
Yeah.
are starting to struggle.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. When it's
And you
it's
see
interesting.
his feet sinking.
Oh yes, I
That's
do.
a bad body's position in the water. So he's
So he's having to
struggling,
fight
too.
against himself.
Yeah,
then, huh?
you're supposed to be swimming downhill.
Yeah.
So downhill. can't
Well,
say it,
I
but
feel
downhill in the water.
honestly, when I run, I'm always running uphill. So why not swim uphill? You know, I mean it's always
you
the
want to
deal.
run downhill too.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, and trust me, I would love to
forward
run
lead.
downhill, but it keeps those hills keep going up for me for some reason.
Right.
So we're moving into our last our last heat. We're gonna have 4 swimmers here, and this will be positions 1 to 4. So now we'll kind of see. This is where if anyone has had something in the tank that they've been holding back. I've been talking the entire time about. For proficient swimmers, if you can make it to this point and you still have a little something in the tank, this is where you let it
Just
go.
Yeah, like they should be kicking nonstop.
Yeah.
That's where the legs should really be coming into play right now.
Yeah.
Because that's going to kind of like drive the arms, just the opposite of running, where if you
Yeah.
get tired, if you start swinging those arms a little bit more, it helps the legs. Mm-hmm. And then this last 25, you just
give it everything
go.
you got.
Yep. Definitely. And for these skill level swimmers, probably the less they breathe, the better. Because when they breathe, it slows them down because
So-
they're not proficient at
Yeah.
turning to take a breath. So.
Which would be kind of a catch-22 in of itself, because I'm sure less proficient swimmers not having breath is not the
Right.
good thing
They're out
either.
of breath, so they
It's-
want to take
it's the
a
thing
breath
that-
every stroke.
Absolutely. Well, so Carrie called it. So the gentleman, and you'll forgive me, lane numbers are struggling. The gentleman in the white cap takes the heat. Well done. Hey, Carrie, thank you so much
Thank you.
for adding some real quality swimming value to our broadcast.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a great day. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
45 to 49 elite females. They'll take
45 to 49 female elite category. So starting from nearest to us, if you're looking at the camera, nearest to us going to furthest away, Ida Keplinger, Amy Fernandez, Dana Hazard, Danica Rolfe, Jamie Kaufman, Marianne Flannery, Marty Smith, Mary McKnight, Michelle Tidwell, Misty Ritter, Pa'ana Alapa'i, Sarah Hayes, Stephanie China, and Shelly Deem. So already starting to see a wide spread in the field. I believe that is my friend Pa'ana Alapa'i from Hawaii. So hopefully, or not hopefully, but probably a little bit of a swimming background, it appears, as she took a really early lead. So we're going to have a couple of cuts early with the size of this field. Remember, they have 1 minute and 15 seconds to go down and back. That's 50 yards total, 25 yards down, 25 yards back. And so if you get caught by the time cap, you're cut. If you are in the bottom of the field, then they will cut you as well as we start to move forward.
3, 2, 1, go.
So we have 2 athletes that were cut from the first. We're into interval number 2. Really, as we heard from Carrie, really wanting to see nice, smooth, long strokes. Wanting to move, be looking like you are moving faster than your body appears to be. So now we have at the very top of the screen, it appears to be Shelly Deem really taking a nice lead, moving well. And then we also have on the near side here as well, we have, I believe that is Amy Fernandez with a great swim. So really seeing some swimmers rising to the top, coming to the top as we start to go deeper into this event. So we'll have a couple of cuts in about 25 seconds as we start our next round. This is that third round where we're really starting to see the separation. The ones that have been working hard just to get here, and the ones that are now starting to really kick it in and turn it into gear. This is where we've been seeing a few more people maybe do some backstrokes, do some breaststrokes as they're trying to preserve some air or catch some air. Maybe they're a little bit out of breath, not recovering very well, but a great start. Really attacking this third one. Amy Fernandez down here really attacking this third one. Appears that she's trying to, I don't know, maybe make a statement here with a great flip turn, probably splashing the lifeguard that's right above her lane. That's all right though. They look like they may need it. As Amy Fernandez and Shelly Deem look like they're going to touch the wall at basically the exact same time. And so got Ida Keplinger in the bottom right here in lane 1 as she comes in. So several athletes now really starting to separate themselves. Pretty clear who may be the final 5, it looks like. So that going from this one, we'll have 8 athletes moving into the 4 in just a moment. This could be pretty interesting as we've had 3 athletes really separating themselves. This race for 4th and 5th, though, could be a little bit dicey, seeing who's going to be able to come in and make this. So we got 10 seconds now, seeing you can really start to tell who it is that's really trying to catch their breath, who it is that feels real comfortable in the moment.
Go.
So we've got 8 athletes going now. We're going to see at the turn, probably see who really starts to separate. This is, once again, kind of looking at what is that 4th spot going to look like. So that appears to be Amy Fernandez, Shelly Deem, Pa'ana Alapa'i. And then looks like we might have Stephanie China on the far side. And then we have someone in this near side of the pool. I'll try and figure out who that is in just a moment. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we will cut down for the final interval. So we've got our 4 with a great job. Even the people that have been cut had great times. You know, we're starting to see some more proficient swimmers.
There's only 1 lane open for warm-up. Only 1 lane for warm-up.
This is really starting to show the level of swimming that's going on here.
5, 3, 2, 1, go.
So 4 swimmers in the pool.
Interval 4B
Shelly Deem at the top, really kicking up a lot of chop, really using those legs like Christy was talking about earlier. Amy Fernandez down here really going at it as well. This is where you sell out. This is where there's nothing after this, so you're just going. We have a great race, an incredible race between these two ladies, Shelly Deem, Amy Fernandez, and then also for the third and fourth spot as well. But this is going to be very close. They appear to be almost exactly on pace. I honestly have no idea. If I had to call it, I would call Amy Fernandez, but it was so close that I'm not entirely sure. Probably Amy Fernandez, Shelly Deem, Paana Alapai, and then
And that's going to call it for this division of your elite
it appears to be
Congratulations,
possibly Mary McKnight. Want to make sure I give Mary some love if that is Mary. I hope it is. But what an awesome race. Really showed grit at the end and had two incredibly close finishes. Well done, ladies.
One, go. And they're off.
So that's the beginning of the 45 to 49 women's RX division. As we all have a pretty smooth start, everybody right around the same pace. So starting from nearest to us, moving furthest in these lanes, starting in lane 1, Christine Calvanese, Gypsy McVicker, Jacqueline Stewart, Jennifer Nagy, Laura Mole, Monica Stein, Nikki Howard, Stacy Northey, Tammy Hiley, Virginia Rushing, and Lesha Vosabule. So looks like Virginia Rushing and Tammy Heiling coming in
30 seconds,
first,
ladies, 30 seconds.
with Christine Calvanese coming in third. So
So warm up. Only one lane at the far side of the board.
So we have 1 minute and 15 seconds to go down and back.
50
We'll start
seconds.
removing from the bottom. Doesn't appear that anybody is going to be caught by the time cap here. Got 5 seconds before we start the next round. Looks like we have one athlete eliminated.
Go.
Two athletes eliminated. Now into the second round.
We're going to continue to even out this field till we find the fastest
Pretty
swimmer
even
alive.
start. Usually the turn is where we start to see the separation. Starting to see a little bit more of the gasping for air, raising that head out of the water instead of just turning the body. See a couple of people switching over to the breaststroke. Just appears they weren't doing that earlier, so maybe just trying to get a little bit more water, but still keeping up. If that's Lesha Vozobul at the end, still doing a great job keeping up. She just has to make sure that she stays in the top 8 for this next
30
round,
seconds.
and it certainly appears like that's how that's going to function. So finishing up the second round of
10
swimming.
seconds.
Got 10 seconds left.
5, 3, 2, 1, go.
So we have 2 more athletes are eliminated. We've got 6 still in the field, 6 athletes in the field, with 2 of them just going straight backstroke and not falling behind at all. So one has switched over to the freestyle, but one is continuing with a very nice smooth backstroke. I'll tell you, it'll be interesting to see as we progress. Now, perhaps backstroke is what she's comfortable with. Maybe she has done this before. Maybe has competitively swam as a backstroker, or who knows? Maybe she's going to switch over and bring out the freestyle a little bit later. We'll see. Appears that we have Virginia Rushing switching over to the breaststroke. Wow, lots of a very tight group. Very tight grouping as they come. That'll be tough. Obviously, the judges are figuring out who it is that will move on to the next round.
5, 3,
And we've got 4
1,
athletes.
go.
5 athletes ready to go. 5 athletes moving on to this next round. Oh, so just 4. Okay, just 4. I was wondering there. It appears that Lesha Vozobul took off and was actually cut from the last round. So we're down to 4. This is the 4th round. This will determine who the last 2, if we cut down to 2, are. As we come back, we're starting to see a little bit of a spread. Starting to be a little bit more defined who is in what position. Not really the tight grouping that we've seen in other events, and honestly not the tight grouping that we've seen previously in this event. Possibly Monica Stein. Monica Steen. Monica, I'm going to find you. I'm going to figure out how to say your name correctly. I'm not sure which one you want. So we just have 2 left.
Go.
Looks like Virginia Rushing and
We got 2 ladies battling out to see who
possibly
will
Monica
get here.
Stein battling it out here. Virginia doing the breaststroke. Monica just going with the straight freestyle. Pretty close on the way down, though Monica appears to have a little bit of an advantage here. Looks like she's going to touch the wall about a meter in front of Virginia, get a good turn, and then we'll see where we go from here. If there is going to be a push at all. Looks like Virginia had a really good push off the wall. Helps her gain just a little bit of ground, but she's appears to be losing just a little bit. Every time Monica hits one of those black stripes in the water, she gains just a couple of feet. Every time Monica hits one of those black stripes in the water, she gains just a couple of feet. It looks like Monica is going to take the victory, with Virginia taking second place right behind her. So that is the completion of the 45 to 49 RX Ladies Division. Coming up next, we're going to bring the 40 to 44 Male Elites. And the 40 to 44 elite men are off, starting nearest to us on the camera, moving furthest away. We've got a couple open lanes, but stick with the lanes. In lane 1, Brad Townsend. Lane 2, Chris Anderson, Cliff Sakini, Daniel Cota, Darren Rifle, Guillermo Reyes, James Judge, John Thompson, Jonathan Mendez, Matthew Axtman, Nick Averin, Patrick Davis, Paul Delanoy, Ren Bourgeois, Robert Kramer, and Ryan Kalinsky. So lots of guys with incredibly fast times. Man, we are just now hitting the 42-second mark. So the very last person finished in 42 seconds with a great time on the swim. So even with a good time of 42 seconds, it's kind of the game that you play here in making sure that you can advance. So have a couple athletes removed, and we'll head on to the next. We've got 1:15 seconds to go down and back. You get caught by the time you're cut, or if you are in that bottom portion that's being cut, you are gone. So you're starting to see pushing the pace here. I think with the tightness of that last heat, I think maybe some guys are going to start feeling a little bit more of the heat. Obviously early, you just have to make sure that you are not too far behind. But as some of those swimmers that are behind get eliminated, you start being a little bit worried about how hard do I need to push? How long before I can really kick it into gear? Do I wait, 3 or to the third round? Do I wait to the fourth round? Or exactly where is it that we go? It appears that Chris Anderson touches the wall first, has a great Great outing there. So we have a couple athletes, one that is touchdown, so he signaled that that's the end of his event. Then we have a couple more that have touched down. So starting to eliminate a little bit. Looks like we're going to have a big gap in the middle of the pool. So we're going to have the swimmers down at the bottom and swimmers up at the top as we really start pushing towards the end. We're going into that third round where we're going to start seeing some guys cut that have really good swim times.
3, 2, 1, go.
And we'll start seeing what it looks like and as who has pushed, who has been smooth to this point, and who has really just exhausted themselves to get to this point. Looks like Chris Anderson still in the lead, pretty tight. Chris gives us the kick turn, and that's where Chris is picking up a lot of his time on the guys right behind him. I tell you, this is going to be a tough group because depending on how many people are cut into this one, there's one that is behind, but otherwise there's a lot of guys that are right within the same time slots that we're all going to be hitting the wall within just moments of each other.
30 seconds left.
So we got 30 seconds left before we hit the time cap and start the next round. That'll be the fourth round. So we've got 2 swims left. Looks like we're going to have 8 swimmers in the pool as they move in.
Seconds.
8 swimmers in, going to be down here at the bottom and up at the top.
1, go. And now going from 8 to 4.
And again, the room for error tightens. There's just not that much room for error here. Know where it is that you need to be smooth and where it is that you need to push, and hopefully you can stave off an elimination for one more round. The big difference between 4th place points and 8th place points. And so really seeing it looks like 1 through 3 is pretty sewn up. 4 is going to be a tight race. Right now, possibly Brad Townsend is in that spot, but boy, there is a tight race right by the walking path. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like Brad Townsend's going to sew up that 4th spot, move into the 5th and final round. And so that's big. Big for people to move in, just the amount of points as you start getting to those later rounds. And even with this, I mean, the thing is we still have plenty of time before the time cap. Just showing how quick these are going. We still have 15 seconds left, and we got our final heat right here. We'll see who it is that pushes. We've got 4 gentlemen, 1 at the top. And so he's actually kind of hidden behind that walkway.
2, 1, go.
And so if maybe, who knows, that may be an advantage to him as we look. Obviously, Chris Anderson has been the person that's been taking a lot of the heats. But if at the top, and I believe possibly Nick Averin, if Nick Averin right now has the lead, and so if he can really push and stay behind that, nobody really knows that he's there, so he's going to have the opportunity to take 1st place points, and that's exactly what's going to happen. If that's Nick Averin, stayed up there all by himself and pushed all by himself, Nick Anderson down here taking 2nd, followed by Daniel Cota, and then Brad Townsend. So quite a race, quite an event after seeing Chris Anderson taking so many early heats. I mean, hey, taking 2nd still does great to have, but possibly Nick Averin up at the top, really kick it in at the end and show that he kind of reserved a little bit early, knowing that he had it in the tank to be able to advance and move on. So now we're going to move on. That was your 40 to 44 male elite. We're going to get set for the 40 to 44 male RX.
2, 1, go.
That's the start of our 40 to 44 men's RX division. So to kind of give you a lay of the field, starting in lane 1, lane closest to the camera, we've got Aristides Villarreal, Benjamin Wilmot, Brandon Bates. Then there's an open lane, Chris Garrett, Eric Lelievre, James Donnelly, James Puckett, Jason Vanes, Yomir Terrero, Jorg Butler, Jordan Webb, Caron Brown, Roland Mecha, I'm sorry if I messed that up, Ryan Gill, Tom Zeiser, Tui Ali, Alima,
30 seconds.
sorry Tui, Brian Pieper, and Jason Anderson. Whew, that's a big, it's a big field. And some names that I'm not used to announcing, but we will keep working at it. Tui, I'm going to give it a shot. Ale Lima. Tui Ale Lima. All right, so we're into the second round. Had a couple of cuts.
1, go.
Couple of cuts, both down here on the near side to us. So you can see that the field stretches all the way to the top of the pool. So very spread out. It appears right now that some of the faster swimmers are actually on the edges. So maybe allows them to hide a little bit, allows them not to be seen by some of their competitors. Certainly, right now our leader appears to be Brandon Bates. Brandon actually separated by an empty lane, so it gives him even a little bit more space. As we're going to have a pretty steady stream of athletes coming in, touching the wall now. And we're going to cut down even more. I think we'll cut 4 athletes into the next round. So it looks like we're going to have our 4 athletes. We know which 4. As we move forward, we got less than 30 seconds left. But you see, once again, we continue to see how quickly these heats are going because people are getting back to the wall just so fast. As the leaders speed up and primarily the middle of the pack speeds up, it really just speeds up these heats because everyone knows that you have to move quicker. So we remove 4 more from the field. Now, a little bit smaller field. We once again continue to have this have the margin for error removed, pulled up. And so you don't have much space. We need to make sure that you're not burning out too early, or if you have given it everything you got to get to this point, you're going to struggle because you just haven't had the time to recover. So once again, Brandon Bates in the lead. Looks like second and third, pretty tight race for second and third. I believe third is Jason Anderson, the very top of your screen. So we moving into our
30 seconds left.
Our fourth heat. Going to be down to 8 athletes now, which is tough. I mean, you talk about such a large field of athletes, and so what we do now is we take all that, cut it down to 8 with all of these very quick heats. We got 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left as we get ready for the final 8.
5 seconds.
Last 4
3,
in this heat
2,
will be eliminated.
1, go. And now from 8, ladies and gentlemen, down to 4, following the conclusion of this round.
Looks like we had one get off to a rocky start, maybe, and now going to the breaststroke. Looks like he's probably pretty exhausted. Maybe reaching that point where he gave everything he could to get to this round. Maybe exceeded even a little bit of what it is that he was planning on doing. So now we move in once again, Brandon Bates. Brandon Bates with a larger lead than he has had. So it'll be interesting to see if some of the competitors that were closer to the top started to pull back a little bit to save something for that last 4, if they felt pretty confident. Now, I'll tell you, with such a large field, though, it'd be hard. Unless you've got somebody spotting for you, telling you to slow down, speed up, it's going to be hard for you just to look as you're swimming and say, oh, I need to
15 seconds.
Go harder here. I need to back off here. So 15 seconds left until our fifth and final heat.
This round begins in 3, 2, 1, go. And only your top
All right,
four
so we have a
moving
very
on.
quick start. All four gentlemen really pushing here. I'll tell you, the smoothest is just on the other side of the walkway. I can't see who that is, but we got Brandon Bates makes the turn first, and oh boy, Brandon is really starting to put some space between he and his competitors. So we've got Brandon. Possibly James Donnelly is in second place. I believe that's James Donnelly in second place. Coming in, gonna touch.
And there goes second place in the big pool.
And then possibly York Butler. York Butler and, oh boy, possibly York Butler and Jason Anderson. They're at the end. If it's not York, or York, if I'm saying your name wrong, I do apologize, buddy. But wonderful job. What a great race. As we're going to be moving into another large heat, we got the 40 to 44 female elite coming up. You don't want to miss it. And that's the start of our 40 to 44 elite women. Sorry, we took a little bit of a 10-minute break. We were actually running ahead, and while that's actually okay for a smaller competition, we didn't want to be putting people that were driving over here in a bind as they were trying to get ready for the competition. So I took a 10-minute break, and we are back now. Hey, so here's the layout of the land. Starting closest to you in the camera, moving furthest away, we've got Mary Wise, Laura Burke, Paula Causey, Kira Oliver, Rachel Krimmer, Lizzie Carson, Sarah Blunk, Anna Tobias, Laura Nielsen, Aaron Carter, Raylan Batdorf, Christy Manchester, Fran Bowen, Allie Webster, Denise Sierra, and Jen Ryan. So once again, 1:15 to go down and back. We'll be eliminating people as the event goes on. So that way, if you get caught either by the clock or you are in that bottom cut lane, then you actually be
10 seconds.
cut from not the entire competition, but just cut from this competition, this event.
3,
So you can see we have several open lanes. I called out those names, just making sure that I was able to get the sheet. So if you were trying to keep up with me, hopefully you counted the open lanes. As we start to cut it down a little bit, hopefully I will have the opportunity to kind of help you out with who is it that's in the pool as we narrow this down. But we're in heat number 2, or as they make the turn and have several people with a good flip turn and a great grouping out in front. So obviously we have one athlete out in front. I believe that's Anna Tobias from where I saw she was earlier. And so we have several people now touching the wall with a tight grouping. See, this is really going to lead to the next couple of heats are going to be pretty interesting. It's really going to push the pace because we have so many people finishing all at the same time. And so if you take one a little too easy, you may get cut when you actually had the ability and the skill to make that round. And you think about the amount of points that you're losing out on over the weekend of a competition if you get cut one round too early. I mean, you could possibly the difference
10
between
seconds.
7 spots. So we got 10 seconds as we're about to head back for the third heat.
3, 2, 1, go.
So we've got the third heat going. All the ladies that are competing, we have one at the very top. The rest are down here in the near pool. So as we turn, we've got, once again, a pretty tight grouping up at the front. Anna Tobias leading the way, followed by, let's see if we can figure this out. I believe that's Kira Oliver. So I believe at the top every single time is Anna Tobias and Kira Oliver. We'll cut once more.
30
We've
seconds.
got 4. This is the fourth heat. So we'll cut once more.
Ten seconds.
10 seconds until the next event. Next heat,
5,
excuse me.
3, 2, 1, go.
So 6 athletes in this heat. Only one at the very top, all by her lonesome. Could be to her advantage, though. Once again, with that barrier in between, you never really have an opportunity to see who exactly that is and where they are. Might be Denise Sierra, based on where she is. I want to make sure I give her the credit that she is due. I hope that's you, Denise. And so once again, coming back, Anna Tobias, Kira Oliver right here at the front. Starting to see a little bit of trickle, though. Maybe some of those athletes that worked really hard to get here, starting to feel a little bit of that. I believe we're only going to have 4 as we move into this next
30
round.
seconds, ladies. We have
So we've got
one more left.
30 seconds and
One more.
before this final round. So what's going to happen is we've got 4 ladies finishing first to fourth based on how they finish right here. So we'll see if anybody has played this game well, if anybody has reserved enough to really be able to go out there and kick it into high gear
right,
for this
ladies, 10
last heat where you get points based on when you touch that wall.
3, 2, 1, go.
So once again, a start. Looks like Anna Tobias is taking a little bit of an early lead. Kira Oliver keeping up with her. We'll take a look at the turn, though. Anna's already starting to make up a little bit of ground with a great kick turn. Of course, Kira with a good kick turn as well. And so this is where we really start to see the sprint. Anna's got about a 1 length lead. You see that as she crosses that black line, she's about 1 full length ahead. She's certainly going to make it. Kira Oliver will take second. Looks like Sarah Blunk will take third. And Rachel Krimmer will take fourth.
Elite ladies, your 40 to 44. Next up, we'll bring out the
So,
RX
wonderful job.
division.
So now we have the 40 to 44 RX ladies coming up next.
One, go.
And that begins our 40 to 44 female RX division. So I'm going to go through the names for you real quick, starting nearest to the camera, moving to the furthest. Amber White, Amy Hewley, April Nicholson, Beth Smith, Brenda Lindgren, Christina McAmee, Chris Valencia, Jeanette Gray, Joan Gratterall, Kelly McGee, Kristen Dean, Leah Judsey, Macy Roding, Nicole Serrett, Rihanna Medlin, Sonia Chamberlain, Stephanie McConnell, Tammy Thompson. So you can see a very fast heat. As I look up from reading the names, and we see a lot of people hitting the wall at 40, we're really going to see this heat is going to speed up as it goes, remove a few of the slower swimmers as they are eliminated from competition.
15 seconds.
and it'll only speed things up. 1 minute and 15 seconds to get 25 yards down and back. So now we got about 10 seconds till we start the next round.
3, 2, 1, go.
So with 1 elimination, it appears, 2 eliminations now. Rest of the group continues to go. As we've seen, we've had some incredibly proficient swimmers in a lot of the RX divisions, possibly because they have such a deep background and they use that fitness in other ventures like CrossFit, that's actually what gives them their background. So we see several of these ladies really moving through the water well, carrying a good wake with them, just doing some of the things that, well, quite frankly, we heard Carrie talking about earlier, as she brought a great commentary. I would encourage you to go back and take a listen to that. She was absolutely wonderful. Really did a good job helping us understand some of the mechanics of swimming. We're seeing already we're seeing that some of these ladies really blew it out early, trying to make sure they advanced a little bit. And I think that's the deal is every point that you can get, if you feel like you need to blow it out early, then you blow it out early, because what's your other option?
3, 2, 1, go.
So we start the third round now. Everyone's starting off with relatively the same pace. We're already seeing a few ladies distancing themselves, especially at the top of the pool, out in front. We'll see how the turn goes. The turns with the kick turns have been a massive indicator of not only who's going to come off the wall first, but who's going to really carry that momentum into the rest of their swim. I think it really speaks to the fact that it's not just momentum, but it's that an understanding of the swimming, that they're not burning themselves out on the first 25 meters. As we have a very large group of 40 to 44 RX ladies that we now cut down. And so we have 2 more rounds left.
Less than 30 seconds to go. Seconds, ladies. 10, 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
So our final 8 competitors for their last 2 swims take off. I believe, in trying to do a little bit of quick math, that's Macy Roding that has been leading at the top of your screen. She is currently got the lead heading into the wall. Going to do the kick turn right now. So I believe that's Macy. Macy's really been showing a lot of knowledge and ability, and really doing a great job of extending her stroke, and continuing to extend her lead, quite frankly. So we've got several behind her. I'll tell you, so the last 3 spots are really going to be tight. So we have 2 on the near side, 2 on the far side. Who's going to get to that wall to be the second, third, and
30
fourth?
seconds and 1 more.
Looks like at the top of the screen we lost out right there at the end. So we've got our final 4 as we move in. This will be places 1st through 4th for the points. Whoever touches the wall first, obviously that's been Macy Roding lately, but whoever touches the wall first gets the first place points and the event win. And then the others will continue to swim for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. This is one of the more spread out finals that we've had, though. So now they're close in terms of the one person next to them, but they're also all 4 spread out. So it'll be interesting to see if that plays any factor at all to possibly, we've seen Macy has been really distancing herself and winning. Let's see if her swim partner up there, I believe that's Kristen Dean, can get pulled along a little bit by Macy's pace and see if she can catch up to these final 2 that are down here at the bottom. So it looks like Macy is going to take the victory, and with a very tight race down here for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, looks like the top just finished.
And that'll call it for my 40 to 44 RX
I believe that's Chris Valencia and Jeanette Gray. I think Jeanette got the final touch right at the end, if I'm doing my math right. So next up is our 35 to 39 men's elite division. There's a couple of well-known swimmers in there, so it's going to be a quick one.
Two, one, go.
And that's the beginning of the 35 to 39 male elite heat. So starting closest to us on the camera, give you a lay of the field, Aaron Huchin. Sorry, I was mispronouncing his name earlier today. I want to make sure for those of you looking for his Only Cavs account, Aaron Huchin, Barry Peel, Brandon Barker, Brett Stanhope, Brian Wong, Casey Bruns, Chris Clyde, Christopher Pinedo, Gavin Burkett, Ian Schnelly, the most beautiful man in CrossFit, Jeff Schuler, Joel Werner, Jonathan Edel, Justin Roger, Justin White, Kyle Ruth, and someone to keep an eye on here, LT McCready, Mike Thomas, Ryan Troop, and Ray Carlisle. So you can see that we've already had almost the entire field finish. So within 45 seconds, these guys have gone down and back and now are just waiting until the minute 15 mark, because you have a minute and 15 to go 25 yards down, 25 yards back. So we have one elimination. Now we're going to continue on with the group, with a very large group as we go. As we start up again in 3 seconds.
1, go.
Oh, so I had two eliminations, and now the field begins again.
Underway.
A lot more wake in the water in this round than in previous rounds. There's a lot more kicking, a lot more turning, and quite frankly, these guys are they're just big, strong guys, and so big bodies moving through the water is going to create some wake. So we see, I believe that's Kyle Ruth at the top. I don't know for sure, but the nice smooth stroke shows the swimmer. He's got a swimmer's background. Does not look like he is overexerting himself. Yeah, that is Kyle Ruth. Does not look like he is overexerting himself too much. As we all are starting to finish, you see the judges in the middle of the floor trying to point out, trying to make sure that that they know who is here, who is eliminated. So starting to pull some guys out, moving in to that third round. The third round where we're really starting to see some separation. The guys and the gentlemen and ladies that have been really pressing to get to that point start to show that fatigue because they just don't have the ability to recover in the 30 seconds that they have before they head back into the water. So now we're going to start seeing who separates and who pulls away from the group, and maybe who starts to fall back just a little bit. As we're eliminating 4 people this round, we see that our leaders are making the turn. I believe that's Kyle Ruth that's already made the turn, has about a 5-meter lead, as we have an entire group behind him. This is going to be very difficult, as there is an entire group of people that are all going to hit the wall at the exact same time. So I believe this is Brian Wong that just hit the wall. Looks like Aaron Huchin is going to be eliminated.
3.
So moving into round 4.
15 seconds.
Looks like we're going to have 8 swimmers left.
Three, 2, 1, go.
8 swimmers left, moving into the 4th round. Starting to see a lot of proficiency here. We're going to see if people can keep the pace that they've been going at to this point. As Kyle makes the turn first, but now Kyle has got a lot more competition in the blue cap down here at the bottom. Touched at almost the same time that Kyle Ruth did. So really starting to try to close that gap, especially as we're coming into the final event, or the final heat here. As we have those final 4 that get removed.
30 seconds.
So it looks like in the blue cap is Chris Clyde. Chris Clyde really pushing Kyle Ruth for that lead as we move into what I believe is the final heat of the event.
10 seconds.
You really start to see the difference between the people that are nice and relaxed, they're having a conversation in the pool at the end of their round, the people that are just trying to catch their breath, just breathe. So we have 6 competitors in this round. We've got Chris Clyde and Kyle Ruth out in front, really trying to set the pace. Chris really appears to be working hard here. Kyle's got about a 3-meter lead on him with a kick turn. Chris doesn't do the kick turn. Looks like Kyle is pulling away. But we still have Chris and possibly Ryan Troop at the top. Ryan Troop, Chris Clyde. Looks like we also had Ian Schnelly. Possibly Ian Schnelly finished in 3rd place. So it goes Kyle Ruth, Chris Clyde, Ian Schnelly in 1, 2, and 3. Wow, what a great race. A lot of guys actually came out of nowhere from where we were initially seeing them. So stick around. Here in just a couple minutes, we're going to get started with the male 35 to 39 RX.
And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause for your two, one, go.
Starting off with our male 35 to 39 RX competitors. Hey, I'm going to lay the land for you. We've got everybody on this side of the pool. Starting in the camera lane closest to you, Andrew Deal, Brett Cheney, Brian Blackburn, Christopher Pittman, Colin Kirshner, David Rodriguez, Jeffrey Horton, Jose Perez, Justin Shart, Corey Bromery. Oh, I knew I was going to come across this one.
30 seconds in.
Maxim Latanen Puzin, Paul Tatalan, Samuel Bondarove, Timothy Johnson, Vince Hurst. So a little bit of separation on this event already, but still a very fast event when you look at the fact that our last competitor is finishing in 50 seconds. So about to start with the return lap, going to be the second heat. Down and back. Down and back. In 1 minute and 15 seconds, that's 50 yards.
To beginning. In 3, 2, 1, go.
So we have one elimination from the last heat. As we had one that looked like he got off to a little bit of a late start. He's definitely trying to make up some ground now. Struggling a little bit with that head out of the water. If he could get that head down in the water, he could probably make up a little bit more ground. But as we come back, we've got a very tight grouping. Not really a group where anybody is separating from the rest of the group like we've seen in, honestly, most of the other heats. Lots coming Looks like our leader is Brett Cheney. Brett Cheney.
"30 seconds."
So heading into our third round, looks like we're going to have several eliminations. Several eliminations as we start looking
15 seconds.
at narrowing the field, and now we start really creating issues with, can you beat the person next to you? You know, we've talked about the mind game this whole time. How hard can I go to make sure that I get into that next heat, but not go so hard that I basically blow myself up? If you think about it, maybe like an assault bike sprint, where you want to go hard enough to really push, but you don't want to go so hard that you cannot recover in the amount of time that you're given to recover, because the more that you struggle in those further rounds, the further behind you're going to fall. As we see now, we see several grabbing the wall and actually kind of checking out their competition. Grab the wall, take a look around, and see where everybody is, how far they are, how hard do they need to push in this last round. You see up there in lane 10, leading the way, we don't have a name for him, unfortunately. Our lane's got a little bit backwards here on the stream. That's my fault, and I apologize. But as we see, so we're going to move down. Now we're into the fourth round. So fourth round with these tight groupings. And so this is a great race as we try to figure out who's going to move into that fifth round. Looks like we're going to have 6 athletes, I believe.
10 seconds.
We got 10 seconds until the next round.
Round number 4 in 3, 2, 1, go.
So 6 athletes. We'll see who will be removed from the field after this, as we're already starting to have some athletes struggle to get a little bit of their momentum. Really seeing those that back half drag, those legs drag, as he's just struggling to maintain body position. So we got a couple. So we have your leader currently down here, the near side of the camera. Grab the wall, take a look. Not the worst idea, just to make sure that we're not exerting too much energy as we're trying to get through. Now he's gone on to the side stroke though, and we've got a backstroke as well. We're starting to see several people struggling a little bit. We've got a couple that are both touched down.
30 seconds.
So their event is over. Touching down is your signal that your event is over. And so we have our final 4, or perhaps final 3. We only have 3 still in the pool looking like they are ready to go. So we've got our final 3 for the final heat. We've got 10 seconds left.
Final round in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, he hopped back in the pool. He did a fake on us, hopped out of the pool, hopped back in the pool right at the last second.
4 remaining.
So we've got the top 4. This will be your first through 4th places right here. Whatever number that you touch in is your place. Looks like in lane 10, we've got a slight lead. Both lane 10 and lane 2 are hanging on the wall, taking a look around, trying to catch their breath a little bit. Playing a little bit of gamesmanship, but it looks like lane 10 has the more steady stroke, as down here in lane 2, that might be Brett Cheney, Brett Cheney making a push right here at the end. Oh, looks like Brett just finished second. I'm sorry that I don't know who's in lane 10. That was a great race as Brett came and really gave us a push at the end after trying to conserve some energy from that side stroke.
15 seconds left.
So with 15 seconds left, we've got your 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is your men's 35 to 39 RX. Coming up next is your 35 to 39 female elite.
2, 1, go. And round
35 to 39, elite women are underway now as we head into beating the clock. Beating the clock. You got a minute and 15 seconds to go down and back in a minute and 15 seconds. If you don't beat the clock, you're eliminated. And also, we will be eliminating based on your finished position. So, starting off early, there will be one, maybe two that are eliminated as we move up. And it will slowly speed the field up. And this is one of those interesting things, is that it speeds the field up. And you never really can take it super easy. You can never look at it and go, okay, I can take this easy. You have to continue to speed up. And so who is it that is comfortable enough swimming and can recover and can breathe in this moment? You know, the really interesting thing to keep an eye on is you look at the people that are looking around, that are talking, has always been a really good indicator of who's comfortable, of who's breathing and recovering. But then you have some that get on the wall and are huffing and puffing and really just struggling to breathe. They're the ones that, as we see as the event goes on, they start to struggle. Now, that's not an indictment on them. It is saying that they've just had to work really hard to this point. So we've had a couple that have been eliminated. And so now we continue. We move the pace up a little bit quicker as we lose some of the people in the back. So now maybe if you felt comfortable but you were in the middle of the pack in the last round, now we lose a little bit of that comfort blanket. We know that maybe some of those that were already behind us are no longer behind us. And then we also have a very spread out field because you have two separate pools that are sharing these women. So you have this walkway in the middle that is actually preventing you from seeing what's going on the other side. So when you touch the wall, you're not really sure where you are until they tell you. So we have, once again, we're starting to see a few ladies in the back starting to struggle as they have really worked hard in the first two rounds. They get to the third round, and so the third round may be exactly what they were shooting for. You start talking about eliminating the people that are behind you and just trying to gain as much time as you possibly can. So we still have 15 seconds left. We've had several ladies on the wall for a while now. So these are fast heats, and these are going very quickly. But we see every round we have a new person that starts to lag a little bit behind and struggle because they're just not able to continue swimming at the same pace that they've been swimming. We're seeing a few more breaststrokes now, people trying to keep their head out of the water, trying to get more air as they go. So we are now in the fourth round. As we hit and come around, looks like we've got three leaders, all pretty much stroke for stroke. One down here in the bottom, two on the far pool. Excuse me, this is number three, round number three. So we have two more rounds after this. So we have a couple of eliminations still coming.
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds left. So we're still seeing very good paces up at the front as people finishing in 38 and 40 seconds. But once again, the back is starting to really drop off as people have been working to this point.
15 seconds.
So now we have our final couple of heats. Final couple of heats, 3 seconds till the next start.
Go.
So now we have six ladies in the pool. 8 ladies in the pool, larger grouping here, 8 ladies in the pool. 4 will be eliminated as we move into the next round. Now we're going to start really seeing you have to push. There's no longer a cushion. You can't just make the assumption that you're going to be in the front unless you are genuinely an elite swimmer in this field. So if you aren't sure that you will be in the front by holding a normal pace, you have to push here. Because pushing here allows you to move into the next round and buys you some time and quite frankly buys you maybe a little bit of rest, but especially buys you the opportunity to maybe catch somebody who has all pushed out. You just never know how your opponents are feeling as we really have some, wow, that's some close eliminations. Close eliminations. As you see the judges in the middle lane sorting out who has been eliminated, making sure that they've got the correct people moving on to the next round.
10 seconds. 3,
So this is the final round of swim.
Final round
We got
underway.
the
Your
4
top
top swimmers in the
4.
field. Let's see who it is that can really maintain after some pretty tough races to this point, really having to push. We haven't seen anyone who's really just been able to cruise through this and cruise to that easy win. We have down here at the bottom of the screen is first to make the turn and appears to be opening up a little bit of a lead, but really not making a lot of ground. We're starting to see her be very choppy, really struggle to keep that going, as it looks like she's going to go ahead and finish it off. So she takes first down here at the bottom, with second and third at the top, with an excited finish, a fist bump to the coach, and a celebration for a win in the pool. What a great race, great elimination. Hey, stick around. Coming up next, we've got your 35 to 39 female RX competitors.
One, go.
And that's the start of the 35-39 female RX. So give you a lay of the land, starting nearest to us with the camera. We got Angie Mays moving further away, Ashley Branoff Lamberti, Ashley Weber, Bridget Reiser, Christina Troop, Stormy Weather, Georgina Andrews, Hannah Bowling, Jessica Ortiz, Katie Roberts, Kristen Cooper, Layla Bartroff, Leslie Gerhart, Liz Early, Melissa Giambroni, Renee Belcher, Shyla Padilla, and Whitney Hall. As we look up, and we've got some very fast times starting off in the 37s, 38s for the very first round. Really going to be a quick event, as we have those that are at the back finishing in the 50s, the 48, 49, 50 seconds. You can tell that this is definitely a field that is comfortable in the pool. It'd be interesting to see as this progresses. How is this going to play out? Are we going to have several people that continue to push, continue to create some very tight splits? Are we going to see that separation that we have been seeing throughout this entire event?
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so back on the second wave now. Removed 2 swimmers, 3 swimmers. Now we're going to be looking at what it looks like as the field comes back. We've got a pretty tight grouping. The turn is always what has been separating. See who can make the flip turns, who can make a quick turn and kick off of the wall. We see the flip turns out here in front early, with two athletes really separating themselves at the front. 3 now, really separating themselves, showing a nice stroke, showing very smooth motions. Really not looking like it's too difficult. They kind of pop their head out of the pool and they're looking around, they're talking, they're communicating. They're not necessarily huffing and puffing for air. So now we still got about 20 seconds until that next heat as we remove a few athletes into the third round. Now we'll see who is it that is comfortable and who's just been working harder than what they can sustain now as we move forward.
Round number 3 coming up next. 3, 2, 1, go.
All athletes off the wall, moving through. Looks like lane 4, I believe that's Bridget Reiser, out in front. She's been out in front pretty consistently. There's one athlete at the top that might be Shyla Padilla, that has been up there with her every single time. It's been a 1 and 2 every single time with them. This possibly is Stormy Weather that is coming into the wall. So now we're starting to see that separation. Those that are comfortable and familiar with swimming obviously come in and have a much easier time continuing that pace, which I think is true of anything. You talk about running, you talk about rowing, anything that we're talking about monostructural. Those that are familiar, they may not always be the fastest immediately, which we've seen that largely here, but they're the ones that can maintain that very consistent pace, not get overexerted and overworked as the event goes on.
2,
So now we
1,
move in
go.
to the
This is round number 4.
fourth round, moving into the fourth wave here. Once again, just need to get in the top 4. So pretty comfortable top 3 as we have seen each and every round. Kick and turn, back to the wall. Once again, a kick and a turn, and they're pretty much even coming off of the wall. And so now we're just looking for who is going to be that 4th person. Who's going to be that person that is able to push through, get into that last spot here. It appears that we have the athlete in the pink cap on that second pool at the top. Looks like she's going to be the one that's going to be able to make it. Just kind of keep going past the other athletes. So we have our top 4 athletes that are going to be moving on. Looks like Bridget Reiser, Stormy Weather, Shyla Padilla, and I did not see who the 4th one was. That's assuming that all the lanes have remained the same and I'm not doing math wrong. We have our final 4 athletes.
3, 2, 1, go. 4.
So we appear to have 5 in the pool, so I'm not sure who it is that is not supposed to be in that, or if they're going with 5. I'm not entirely sure, but that's all right. Somebody's just getting some extra work in. Hey, we are CrossFitters, by the way. We want to do as much work in as little a time as possible. Why not just keep going? So it looks like if these are the same two, it's Shyla Padilla and Bridget Reiser once again with a tight finish right there at the end, possibly Stormy Weathers.
30 seconds.
With possibly Liz early in the pink cap at the top. Again, if I'm messing up who this is, I really apologize. But that wraps up the final round of the 35 to 39 female RX as we move back into our youngest divisions, and we will see the male 30 to 34 elite take the pool in just a moment. All right, so this is our 30 to 34 male elite division. All right, we've got a pool full of gentlemen. I'm going to give you the names. There was a little bit of shuffling right before I came on, so they may not be in perfect order, but we've got Aaron Harold, Alex Zykowitz, Brady Cummins, Brandon Segovia, Cam Ryan, Christopher Pay, Daniel Church, Derek Nichols, Dex Hopkins, Elijah Muhammad, Gary Jones, James East, Kenneth Provost, Landon Walker, Mason Desaletz, Matt Friend, Matt Osmond, Nick Simpson, Rudy Lechuga, Theron Greer, Tony Vu, Danny Petro. So I look up, it's already 40 seconds, and almost everybody is done with their swim. So we're removing 4 athletes from this round. So 4 athletes, every single round is going to get pulled out. So they've already pulled the 4 athletes. We still have 20 seconds until the next. So they've already gone through, already made the cuts. They've already got everybody almost out of the pool, and they still have about 10 seconds left now.
10.
So again, with such a fast heat, it just puts more pressure on you for the next heat to be just as fast.
All right, this is round 2.
So we're going to take another 4 here. Not really anybody who is noticeably falling behind to begin with, but we're going to see, boy, a lot of great swimmers in this heat as they hit the wall, make the turn. Doesn't look like a lot of flip turns, but still some very strong swimmers. A lot of this is going to be how long is your turn at the wall then. If you're not going to do a flip turn, are you going to stand and breathe, or are you just going to turn and kick? So you can see we've got our top 4 all coming in pretty much at the same time. We've got another heat of about 6 men that's all going to hit about the same time. So once again, it looks like our 4 that we're going to be removing are pretty obvious, but that's only in the second round. Once again, so we see this. So now we pull out another 4, and this third round is, I just think that this is going to start getting ridiculously fast, basically. As we start moving through these rounds, knowing that you have to push, we're going to see in this third round again, this is that delineator. Who is it that is comfortable being here? Who is it that had to give everything they could just to get to this point?
5, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go, round 3. Who's gonna make it?
So off with the starts. If you notice the judges with their hands and the flags in the air, that's to indicate that their athlete is still swimming. Just helps the judges to be able to point out who is the last couple of athletes, make it a little bit easier to be able to tell. So when they come and touch that wall, those judges' hands and that flag is going to go down. It lets everybody know that they have finished and are completed. So it looks like we've got several coming to the wall once again, right all at the same time. Another 4 are going to get removed, and it's going to be a little bit close up at the top. So it looks like the 3, they're still swimming at the bottom, plus the 1 on that top pool. So we advance some more. So we move into the 4th round. We're going to have 8 swimmers, I believe. We're going to remove another 4.
15 seconds. 10.
So about 5 seconds left as we move into another round of these swims. See who can keep this up.
2, 1, go. Here we go, another round of that.
So we got 8 swimmers in the pool, and this is basically turning into a sprint now. You see how close everyone is. They realize that you can't hold back anymore because it's been such fast heats. I will say, though, the first 25 was a lot faster than the second 25 coming back. We certainly seem to have a couple of, 3 athletes that have separated themselves. And now our final 4, one came out of the pool out here at the back. Just couldn't keep going. But you know what? With a bunch of sprints, that makes sense. That there comes a point when our body just stops. He looks like he's limping a little bit, may have a little bit of a strain or something. So we have 4 athletes left. Just 4, so this is going to be your top 4, 1 through 4. Whoever comes back and touches the wall first is going to be your first place finisher. This is going to be a very close race. Based on the fact that we've had 3 athletes finishing 1, 2, and 3 very closely every time, this is really going to move quick.
1, go.
So they got a minute and 15.
This is our last one.
A minute and 15 to go down and come back. So it looks like we've got, looks like in lane 9, no, that's not Dex Hopson, so I'm not positive who that is in lane 9. But you can tell, so we have a clear 1, 2 and 3 going to be close. Looks like 3 is at the top of the pool, 2 is down here, 4 is at the very top of the pool. So a great race. Oh my gosh, what a great race with a win from the gentleman in the middle. That's the men's 30 to 34. Moving into the male 30 to 34 RX.
Couple more heats left to go today, y'all. It's a great day here. One, go.
Starting off with a pool full of 30 to 34 male RX athletes. So starting off from the bottom to the top, we've got Aaron Cloud, Aaron Johnson, Anthony Comey, Curtis Bontrager, Drew Dalius, Evan Young, James Rower, Joe Ailes, Joe Perrone, Josh Manuel, Justin Cribley, Justin Mayu, Casey Miller, Nathan Grigsby, Nathan Swihart, Nicholas Michael, and Ryan Crespo. So a pool full. We're going to be eliminating athletes as we finish up. Got a great finish. 4 pretty obvious right there at the top as the rest come in all in one large group. I really only have one that that is a little bit behind the rest, but largely an incredible race, an incredible finish as everybody came in within about 4 seconds of each other. Looks like this is going to be an incredible race moving forward and a fight. I mean, quite frankly, you come and you look up and everybody is finishing that close. It puts a little bit more pressure on you. Maybe it's a little bit more pressure on your turn. Maybe it's a little bit more pressure on just trying to push. And as you start pushing and you lose a little bit of that relaxation in your body, you start using a little bit more oxygen, and especially with your head under the water, it just becomes a difficult proposition with a lot more pressure. So starting to see, once again, everybody still in a bunch, not really separating too much, as we have a couple of flip turns out on the field. And the flip turns really starting to pull to the front, really showing an understanding of their pace and their rhythm. Might see a different 4 touch first. We have athlete down at the bottom, I believe Aaron Cloud. Aaron Cloud touches 4th again, but is a much closer 4th this time with Wow, what a tight
30
group,
seconds.
of athletes to eliminate here. Once again, one fairly obvious, but after that, man, three really tight ones. So we're about to move into the third round, where once again, that is the round where we've been seeing the separation, where the athletes that have just fought basically tooth and nail to get here, they are starting to really feel it in the third round. You start to see those legs drag a little bit, not holding that body position, and swimming downhill, like you heard earlier.
1, go.
So we move into the third round, starting to see a little bit of some dragging legs. Starting to see a lot of those heads really coming out of the water and spending a lot of time out of the water in an awkward position rather than that nice smooth turn to the side. Really seeing guys starting to almost gasp for air more, trying to keep their head out of the water longer as they rotate and turn their head. So once again, we continue to have, I believe this is Aaron Johnson at the bottom leading the way. With a little bit different makeup now. We're starting to see some guys labor a little bit more. Not quite as smooth as strokes. So we're going to have another 4 that are eliminated. Another 4 that are eliminated as we move into that fourth round. And just seeing who can hang on. Lots of guys. So lots of guys really gasping, trying to catch their breath. We have our leader, who I believe is Aaron Johnson, though, just kind of hanging on the wall, showing a real understanding of his pace and his breathing. We'll see if he picks it up here. We're down to 8 athletes.
2, 1, go.
You struggle a little bit here. You may have a slip. You may have someone come and take their position from you and take one of those top 4 slots away. So once again, seeing Aaron out in front, and it looks like Aaron is actually starting to increase his leads. I think everybody has been holding with him pretty close to this point, but I don't really believe that they're going to be able to stick with him. He seems to really be smooth, not really forcing it and struggling too much. We've got a couple of people that are starting to do that breaststroke now, trying to keep some air. Just pushed it to this point. I think that's one of those things that in these late rounds, you've just pushed it to a point that is difficult to sustain at the level. That, don't take that wrong, these guys are in the top 8 in this division, and so that is great points, especially when we talk about how large this event was to start with, how many people were in this. Talk about getting a top 8 out of 20-something field is pretty impressive. But now we have our final 4 to go.
2, 1.
We're probably going to see these 4 gentlemen really lay it all out there
The final interval for the 30 to 34
as they continue to push. Looks like Aaron has taken a pretty commanding lead. Like we said, I think he's got a background in some sort of swimming, as he, in these late rounds especially, is actually looking like he's speeding up as everyone else is really trying to hold off those demons, pulling them back a little bit. But we have a 2-man race for third. I believe Aaron had to pull out. I think he might have gulped some water. I'm hearing him cough and try to get rid of it. I think in pushing he might have got that. So looks like possibly Evan Young takes second in the event. So that is your 30 to 34 male RX. Hey, coming up next, our final 2 heats and events of the day. We got your 30 to 34 female elite, followed by your 30 to 34 female RX. And that begins our 30 to 34 elite female division. So starting from the bottom of the screen, we've got Allison Leard moving up on the screen, Becca Shealy, Kimberly Lopez, Marilyn Wilmot, Heather Pay, Jen Vu, Amanda Cramp, Barbara Navas, Megan Greenan, Lindsay Graces, Shelby Forney, Kristen Hernandez, Amy Banazek, Jennifer Leon, Lauren Lavalley, Caitlin Heyer, Katie Sloyer, Chelsea McCarty, Britta Castillo, Amanda Ritchie, and Katie Simonson. So look up, 45 seconds. 45 seconds, we're all done with the heat. One finishing up just now, so obviously pretty good heat. Looking at these ladies in the 30 to 34 elite division, obviously going to be pretty proficient at swimming. Many of these ladies have competed in regionals, even in the games before, and so they at least have had to understand the mechanics of swimming. So really looking forward to how this is going to turn out as we go. Starting now into the second heat, as we start pulling off a couple of people, we'll see, can we continue that move to the front where as we remove some of the slower swimmers, that it just speeds everything up and puts a lot more pressure on those middle swimmers and really start to do some damage, quite frankly, as they have to push just so hard. Looks like, assuming the lanes are correct, looks like Amanda Ritchie out there in the lead. Oh, excuse me, not Amanda Ritchie, probably Britta Castillo in the lead. But also, I mean, as I look down, looks like we had someone else. Let's take a look. Possibly Jennifer Lehan. We shall see if that's her or not as we continue to move forward. So now we're starting to see the effects a little bit of some of the quick tempos on some of those athletes in the back as we see them, they're losing their form, really just kind of leaving their head out of the water and kind of twisting back and forth, really putting themselves in difficult positions.
3, 2, 1, go.
So back out for our third round now. Everyone in this heat is looking pretty comfortable. Starting to see that the longer that they're going, the fewer and fewer people that are looking uncomfortable, leaving that head out of the water, going to the breaststroke early, just gasping for air, really seem like they understand a little bit of the stroke and understand their pacing. We are going to start to see, as people are pushing, maybe pushed a little too hard in that first half, seeing a few people looking for ways to get more air, trying to push up to the front. So going to remove 4 more at the end of this. Oh boy, that's a close one for the, looks like those are the 4 right there. So those are the 4 that we have lost. Those are the 4. Here in 15 seconds, we'll be moving on to that next round as we continue to cut down. With these large groups, this has become such a organizational effort to figure out who is in what spot. So now we have our final 8 athletes in the pool moving down. We'll see if these athletes can continue to stave off the pressure that is just asking them, begging them to push too early. And so then when they hit that wall and turn around, they just don't have, they don't have the legs to get the momentum back, and they really struggle. I'd say one of the interesting things, especially when you're not a proficient swimmer, and so I'm speaking from a lot of experience here, is that whenever you swim, especially with a group, and you go and you hit that wall and you turn around to try and get a good kick off, there's like this wave of wake that hits you that almost stops you in your track. You almost have to overcome this wake, which I would assume is why actual swimmers come off under the water instead of staying up on top of the water.
30 seconds.
And so turning around when you've got a bunch of water coming at you, it just stops you and forces you to almost start from scratch, even though you kicked off of the wall. So now we move into that final group. Last group, we've got 4 ladies left as we move into the final group. This will be your 1 through 4.
3, 2, 1, go. Last one. Here we go. Final 4 ladies.
Lots of ladies starting off under the water with great kicks. Look like they've got a good body position, that downward position, so they're not dragging their legs, not dragging their hips, fighting against themselves. You can imagine if you drag those legs and those hips that you are really pulling against water. It's almost like running your hand through the water, the resistance that it feels. So, but we see it. We're going to have a pretty clear one. Looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be pretty easy to hammer out. So a great race for these 4 ladies. Really pushed it right to the end and looked great there at the end as well. So well done. We are moving on to our final heat of the day with the ladies 30 to 34 RX coming up next.
One, go.
All right, so this is our last heat of the day, 30 to 34, RX women. Starting nearest to you with the camera, moving furthest away, we've got Abigail Bratt, Alyssa Lopez, Amy Siegel, Kara Halewood, Kelsey Bogue, Laura Whipke, Rachel Cooksey, and Samantha Eckrich. So making the turn in about 20 seconds as they come back. It's going to be interesting to see. We've seen actually some of the most proficient swimmers in our RX division. And it certainly appears right now that Rachel Cooksey fits into that mold, as we also have Amy Siegel looking very smooth, coming into the wall very easily, finishing that in about 43 seconds for most of the group. So really looking good, looking like this could be, once again, a very proficient group of swimmers that maybe gives us some races right down to the very end.
Remember, it's survival of the fittest. Hang on as long as you can. 10 seconds.
So it looks like we have eliminated
5,
one swimmer, maybe looking to eliminate 1 more in this
1,
heat on this
go.
swim. So there's definitely a difference in the strokes between Rachel Cooksey and Amy Siegel. Both are out in front. Both look good. Looks like a lot more, I'm not sure if violence is the correct term, but I'm going to go with violence from Amy Siegel. Amanda Cooksey has a very smooth-looking stroke, but Amy Siegel is moving through the water very well and is keeping up at about the same pace that she was in the first round. So you can almost see Rachel Cooksey as she is swimming. It looks like she's looking over at Amy, kind of checking out where she is. So we got a tight race for the back now. Obviously, if we're going to eliminate one, these last 2 are the ones to watch. So Alyssa Lopez and Laura Whipke, see who finished first. It looks like, well, they both got there right at the end, and both were reaching for that wall. Looks like the judges were pretty certain who it was. But it definitely is starting to take its toll on these ladies, as they don't look. Some don't look like they want to start up again.
1, go.
All right, so starting back for the third round. Third round now. Once again, Rachel Cooksey out in the lead pretty sufficiently, but followed behind by Amy Siegel with a good turn, a couple of good turns. A little bit more of a lead this time for Rachel Cooksey than in the last round, so it'll be interesting to see if maybe Amy is just trying to conserve her energy because she knows that she's not really in danger. But we have 2 athletes back. Looks like Alyssa Lopez maybe hanging onto the wall. Okay, so Alyssa's still in the water. So it looks like Alyssa will probably be the one that gets eliminated here as we move into the 4th round. So with Cara Halewood and Abigail Bratt both moving on as well. Still got about 10 seconds left in this round.
5 seconds. 2.
So about to start the 4th round. I think we'll knock it down to 2 athletes after this. So see if Rachel or Amy are willing to pull back on the reins here to try to recover for the last sprint, because it's what it's going to be. It's going to be a sprint. And so let's see if they're willing to pull back on the reins and just save a little bit. Rachel looks pretty much the same. Amy looks like she may be pulling back. So don't know if that's fatigue or if she's pulling back. But just kind of a little bit slower. Still has a good body position. Still has a good twist.
One more interval to
So
go.
we've got one more interval left.
Seconds to go.
If we cut down to 2, looks like we'll be cutting down to 2. It'll be Amy and Rachel, a head-to-head, one-on-one. Boy, it'd be great if they just moved them right next to each other. But that doesn't really work in the timing event. But so we got this interval
10 seconds,
sprints.
ladies. Final
Got-
one. Final.
Amy and Rachel for the final heat, final event of the day.
3,
Let's see how this turns
2,
out.
1, go.
Oh, we're going to go 3. So we have 3. So we are going to throw Cara Halewood in there as well.
RX 30 to 34.
Rachel hops out with a very quick lead, quick turn. Not sure that Amy's going to have anything to catch up to her with. Amy has run some great races at this point and really comes off the wall well. But Rachel just has such a great stroke and really put the hammer down on the last event. Shows the background that she has. What a wonderful job. Great race that she ran. And Amy Siegel with a wonderful event herself. I mean, taking second place and really just pushing right up until the very end. So the last one, Cara Halewood out in the pool, finishing up now. I'll tell you what, Kara has really looked like she has just given it everything she had and just continued to move forward. And that's just all that you ask for in these elimination events. You just keep moving forward. Now she takes a 3rd place to finish the day. And if that's not a good thing to end on, to go and get some food, take a shower, and go to sleep for the rest of the night, I don't know what it is. So we will be back at the Allen County War Memorial Coliseum at 7 a.m., bright and early, ready to go with coverage all day long of all the events, both teams and individuals. We're looking forward to seeing you then. We'll see you in the morning.